So weeks. Did you eat it every?
No.
Hey, good afternoon, evening. I'll call the board meeting to order for Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. This is the closed session meeting of the Board of Education. We will establish a quorum. Board Member Weller,
Here.
Board Member Durney,
Here.
Board Member Vincent,
Here.
Board Member Williams,
Present.
and Board Member Knight is here. The items on closed session, items 1 through 7. Do we have any public comment on items 1 through 7 for closed session discussion? Seeing no public comment on those items, we will adjourn to closed session for that discussion and return for open session at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Testing, testing, testing.
So you're getting the. Week. No. So like. Oh, no. Yes. Yes. All right. Do it. I'm doing.
I got you.
That's okay. Hello. Yeah. Oh, so you're. Last time. I think there's just like on my oh, yeah. Comes out. Pause. Yeah, it was fine. With the mic. Oh my God. It's like you want us to make yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Don't worry about
Of like 6 people. This is our.
And then I did that for a couple of years. And then I did. So the director at the time, he had a very different. How you doing? I'm good. Here. I did the year 3.
Great. I was a couple days a week right now. Okay, great. They changed You're all adults. But there's, just when I was saying, so you don't want to, then you have that. And so far, yeah, trying to.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. But it's just quiet. Good evening. We'd like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Board Member Vincent, can I ask you to take your seat?
I don't think it's very.
Is there any way I can get the mic turned up?
No, we make a lot better.
Maybe it's the air conditioning. Good evening. We'd like to reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Education for the Escondido Union High School District. We will call the meeting to order at approximately 6:04 p.m. We do have a quorum with all board members being present this evening. At this time, I'd like to welcome you all, thank you, and introduce our interpreter. There will be a Spanish interpreter for this meeting. Meeting attendees who would like to listen to the Spanish interpretation of the proceedings, please pick up headphones from the table located in the back of this room. And this announcement will now be shared in Spanish. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Yo seré la intérprete de español de esta junta. Los asistentes que deseen escuchar la interpretación en español pueden utilizar los audífonos que se encuentran en la mesa ubicada atrás de la sala. Gracias.
Thank you. The next meeting announcement. This meeting is being webcast live and recorded. The recording or webcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. And at this time, we will also extend our welcome through sharing our mission and vision. And we have our two wonderful student board members here this evening that will be sharing that mission and vision. Thank you and welcome both.
Good evening. Our mission here at EUHSD is to empower every student to graduate prepared for college, career, and life through excellence in learning.
Hello. Our vision is we are relentlessly pursue with optimism, equitable support for all students to navigate a changing world by providing rigorous and relevant learning experiences that strengthen their capacity as open-minded and vested collaborators, effective and thoughtful communicators, resourceful and creative problem solvers, curious and analytical, critical thinkers, and informed and compassionate community members.
Thank you both. Next will be our Pledge of Allegiance, and that will be led by Board Member Williams. Please stand.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to our inspirational student recognition this evening. And we are honored to have Mrs. Stacy Adame, principal of our Escondido Adult School, to present us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Board President Christy Knight, members of the board, Superintendent Peterson, and members of the cabinet. It is my pleasure to introduce you to a truly inspirational student, Matthew McCafferty. Matt's story is a powerful testament to the perseverance and the transformative power of education. After time away from school, he returned to Escondido Adult School with renewed determination and has made remarkable progress towards earning his high school diploma. What truly distinguishes Matt is his character. He's become a positive force in our school community, supporting his classmates, demonstrating genuine kindness, and leading by example every day. Perhaps most inspiring is how Matt's commitment to education has influenced his family members to return to school as well, creating a ripple effect of positive change. Matt embodies what we strive for at Escondido Adult School, showing that with dedication and heart, it's never too late to pursue your goals and make a difference in the lives of others. So please join me in recognizing Matthew McCafferty. And now I'll turn it over to his teacher to share more about his journey. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our ASE instructor, Mr. Josh Murphy.
Thank you, Principal Adame. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Peterson, fellow teachers, and anyone I may be unintentionally omitting. As an adult education teacher in this district for 15 years, it is my distinct honor to introduce the Escondido Adult School Student of the Month, Matthew McCafferty. Now, while Matt is a student of mine, there is a 50% chance I will accidentally refer to him as Matthew McConaughey. Just a heads up, that is unintentional. So the journey of adult education is often defined by a unique pathway to success, and it's usually beset with detours. For Matt, that path wasn't just a straight line. It was what some might call a scenic or somewhat circuitous route that tested the resolve in every turn. In 2017, Matt was shy of finishing his senior year at Del Lago when family life took him to Oregon. Over the next few years, his journey wandered through quite a few different California zip codes and several stopovers in Las Vegas. In 2021, he found his way back to us at Escondido Adult School, but life, as it often does for our adult learners, presented new obligations that called him away again back to Las Vegas. No judgment. However, he didn't leave Las Vegas empty-handed. He broke the cardinal rule of what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. You may have heard of that. By bringing back the best part of his trip, his lovely wife, Journey, who is probably streaming this from work somewhere right now. Fast forward to this past August, and Matt returned to EAS with a renewed sense of purpose. He had 6 classes standing in the way of his ultimate goal. Today, I'm proud to share that he has already cleared half of those hurdles and is on a steady, determined track to walk across the stage this coming May. But Matt isn't being recognized tonight, or he is being recognized tonight, rather, for more than just his transcript. He is a cornerstone of our campus culture. Whether it's his studious approach to every class or assignment that he embarks upon, or the homemade snacks that his wife makes that Matt often takes credit for. He always brings a unique warmth to the classroom. He's also a natural leader who looks out for his fellow peers, especially those with special needs, offering daily kind words or just a quick check-in. Most valuably, Matt ensures that all students feel safe and supported. And that support is reciprocal in adult education beyond academics. While on his pathway, Matt reached a monumental personal milestone with the help of the EAS family. After years of perseverance and navigating a complex process, Matt officially attained his United States citizenship in December 2024. For this achievement, Matt is quick to credit EAS Registrar, Mr. Juan Vargas, seated right there. For all of Juan's invaluable guidance and support in making this dream a reality. Thanks again, Juan. Another aspect of adult education that makes it unique is, as Stacey mentioned earlier, there's a family legacy involved. And perhaps the most inspiring part of Matt's story is this Doppler or ripple effect of his determination. Success in adult ed is rarely solitary. Because of Matt's encouragement, his brother Marcus is now enrolled with us and is working towards his diploma and Palomar's dual enrollment program. And his wife, the aforementioned Journey, the wonderful cook, is only 10 credits short of her own graduation. This May, Matt and Journey won't just be celebrating individual milestones, they will be walking across the stage together as a family. Looking ahead, Matt's future is bright. While he is focused on finishing his diploma first, he is already eyeing the next horizon, considering specialized training in drone technology or the EMT program at Palomar College. Both sound a little daunting to me, but already. In closing, Matthew McCafferty embodies the very heart of Escondido Adult School and the mission of its teachers. He is a reminder that it doesn't matter how many stops you make along your journey, as long as you have the heart and support to keep pushing forward. Matt, thank you for being a leader, an encourager, and an inspiration to us all. Board and cabinet members, please join me in congratulating our Student of the Month, Matthew McCafferty.
Oh, okay.
Just thank you.
Okay, then I'm gonna hold this, I guess, and come on up here. We want to recognize you with a few tokens of just congratulations to you, Matthew McCafferty. And what a symbolic name your wife has, Journey, because what a journey it's been for you. It's a beautiful journey. And thank you for sharing your story with us tonight and being such an incredible example of what is possible through our school district, whether it's through one of our comprehensive high schools or through your unique pathway. And Escondido Adult School is truly a beacon of hope and opportunity for our community. Congratulations on your citizenship and on your future, and just being an incredible example to not only your own family, but to other families about what is possible here in Escondido and being part of the fabric of Escondido's community. So we have couple of things. First, I'll start with the California Legislature has gifted you with this certificate of recognition from our California Assembly member, Darshana Patel. And so congratulations on being recognized as an inspirational student. The character, integrity, and perseverance you have demonstrated while pursuing your education at Escondido Adult School is an achievement deserving of recognition and praise. So there's that. And then our framed certificate here, and the Escondido Union High School District and all my fellow board members are proud to honor and present you as Inspirational Student of the Month for February 2026. So in recognition of your outstanding accomplishments, and congratulations. There you go.
I can put it back right now.
Over.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Got it. Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is the report of action taken in closed session, and Board Member Weller is going to be providing us with that report this evening. Board Member.
Thank you, President Knight. Is my mic working? We good? All right, report of action taken in closed session for Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. In closed session on motion of Board Member Williams, second by Board Member Gurney, the Board of Education voted to approve physical education waivers, cases number 515 through 542 for the 25-26 school year by a 5 yay, 0 nay, 0 absent, 0 abstain vote. Number 2, on motion of Board Member Durney, second by Board Member Williams, the Board of Education voted to approve graduation waivers, case number 48 through 53 for the 25-26 school year by a 5 aye, 0 nay, 0 absent, 0 abstain vote. Also in closed session, report of action taken tonight. B5, report of action taken in closed session. In closed session on motion of Board Member Durney, seconded by Board Member Vincent, the Board of Education voted to approve settlement agreement with special ed case number 2025-09-0197 / 2025-26 school year. Vote yes 5, no 0, absent 0, abstain 0. In witness thereof, we have signatures of John Peterson and Christy Knight, and those are the actions taken in closed session.
Thank you for your report. That brings us to let's see, item C8, which is to approve the board meeting minutes of the meeting on January 13th, 2026. So I will need a motion to approve those board meeting minutes from the meeting of January 13th, 2026.
I'll move to approve. I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And board members, how do you vote? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That passes. Next item, C9, is to approve the Public Facilities Corporation annual board meeting minutes, also of the January 13th, 2026. So do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve. I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. So those all approved. So bringing us to item C10, which is to adopt this evening's agenda with any additions, deletions, or corrections.
There are no additions, deletions,
Okay.
or corrections.
So
I'll move to approve.
we have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Student board members, please vote.
Aye.
And board members, please vote.
Aye.
Thank you. That passes, bringing us to item C11, which is to approve our consent calendar. And the consent calendar are items or matters listed on the agenda are considered to be routine and sufficiently supported by by a prior accompanying reference. Wait a minute, Graham? Yes. So motion to enact a vote for all consent items. There's no separate discussion on items on consent. And this evening's consent items consist of, under Educational Services, F1 and F2, under Human Resources, G1, G2, and G3. And under Business Services, it's H1 through H7. So all items will be approved with one single motion. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar this evening?
So moved.
Have a motion?
I'll second.
And a second. Student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
And board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. That all passes. Okay, that brings us to section D on our agenda, which is our recognition and presentations. So first off is D1, our student and staff recognition by Superintendent John Peterson. Take it away.
Good evening. Thank you. Well, I'll begin with student recognitions from Del Lago Academy. DECA students had an incredible weekend at the Southern California District Conference. They had 13 finalist placements and 7 students in the top 10 overall out of 1,300 competitors. Congratulations to the following top 10: Ethan Brecht and Jodelis Paniagua Pacheco in Automotive Services Marketing Series, Jorge Analecto in Business Finance Services, Alexandra Than and Gerardo Valencia in Hospitality Team Decision Making, and Aiden Collinwood, who took 3rd place overall in Principles of Marketing. Great job, DECA students. At Escondido High School, EHS hosted 22 teams in the annual Kai Atlasalt Memorial Wrestling Tournament, placing 1st overall. The boys basketball team played a quick game during the halftime at the San Diego Clippers game at the Frontline Arena on January 31st. Orange Glen High School, congratulations to Perla Matias and Azucena Cruz Ramos for being named 2026 Jack Kent Cook College Scholarship Program semifinalists. The scholarship program is a highly competitive national scholarship that recognizes outstanding high school seniors with exceptional academic ability, leadership, and service. Congratulations to Annette Resendiz, Orange Glen High School's culinary student, for being the champion at the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America Region 10 culinary competition. She, along with fellow students Lillian Kulkarni and Jennifer Rodriguez, will move on to the state competition. Orange Glen has won the Region 10 competition back-to-back. Orange Glen students Alexa Flores and Noemi Melchor won the San Diego and Imperial Counties Regional Photography Contest. Alexa in the category of Student Life and Noemi in the category of Winter Sports. Moving on to San Pasqual High School. The San Pasqual FFA Livestock Judging Team earned 1st place team at the Norte Vista Field Day on Saturday, January 17th. Congratulations to Miriam Colima Enrique, Giovanna Schaefer, Rachel Sanchez, Ryan Ross, and Kayla Sotelo. The College Board held a news conference at San Pasqual High School today to announce the launch of its AP Career Kickstart program. San Pasqual educator Amber Vanderwalker has been teaching the AP Business Pilot course. Ms. Vanderwalker and her students did an amazing job at celebrating and highlighting the course during the event. You might even see them on the news as early as tonight. I'd also like to thank Mayor Dane White for his continued support of our students and our schools by not only attending the news conference and speaking, but also serving as a mentor to one of the student interns. Now I'll do staff recognitions from Orange Glen High School. Congratulations to special education teacher Alejandra Rubalcaba for being chosen to be on the California Department of Education 2026 ELA ELD Instructional Materials Reviewers Panel. Jessica Young won the San Diego and Imperial Counties Regional Photography Contest for her Advisor's Viewpoint photo. And congratulations to Orange Glen High School's teacher Brenda Minjares for being selected as the recipient of a STEM grant from the International Council on Systems Engineering Foundation. She will be receiving more than $1,000 to purchase items for her class. And then at more of a district level, I'm proud to share and celebrate San Pasqual High School's principal Corey Gregory on being selected as the Association of California School Administrators Region 18 2026 Secondary Principal Administrator of the Year, and Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Martin Casas, on being selected as the AXA Region 18 2026 Central Office Administrator of the Year for San Diego and Imperial Counties. Their hard work and dedication have earned them this prestigious recognition. They will be formally recognized at the AXA Honoring Our Own Awards ceremony in San Diego on April 25th. Congratulations to both of them. I'm also happy to share that we have been recognized on the AP School Honor Roll, a distinction that highlights schools for expanding access to advanced placement coursework while supporting student success. Silver recognition was awarded to Escondido High School and San Pasqual High School, and bronze recognition was awarded to Del Lago Academy and Orange Glen High School. This achievement reflects the dedication of our staff and school communities in providing students with rigorous academic opportunities and the support they need to thrive. Congratulations to our students, teachers, counselors, and administrators for this outstanding accomplishment.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. There's some wonderful recognitions as part of that on both our student side and our teachers and staff side. So congratulations to everyone. That brings us to our student board member reports. So we have Hannah Ibrahim and Nathan Bersamina. Who would like to go first tonight? Nathan, thank you. Take it away.
Good evening, board, and everyone else who showed up tonight. I'm Nathan Bersamina, and it's my pleasure to report on some of the major events that have been happening within the previous month in our district. Tonight, I'm here to report on Escondido High School, San Pasqual High School, and the Escondido Adult School. At Escondido High School, students were able to get a closer look at this year's winter sports varsity teams at our second pep rally on January 23rd. Teachers and students competed in a Yellow Out Spirit Day in honor of the pep rally's Despicable Me theme, getting the chance to be crowned best costume by our live audience. Escondido High's varsity cheer team traveled to Folsom, California from January 30th to February 1st for state competition. And this marks a significant milestone in the history of EHS cheer, as it is the farthest the team has ever advanced in the CIF season. Seniors on the girls soccer team said their final goodbyes during their last game on January 30th against Ramona High School, winning a dignified second place. Escondido's academic league continued its reign against Fallbrook on January 22nd and took home another win for the Cougars. Students are looking forward to our Prom First 50 event hosted annually by ASB. On February 27th, the first 50 students to buy their tickets can purchase at our lowest price of $85, and our prom will take place on April 25th at SeaWorld San Diego. At San Pasqual High School, the Eagles have shown endless support for their winter sports teams. On January 14th, San Pasqual students rallied for their girls soccer team, and on January 16th, their boys soccer team against Mission Hills. On January 23rd, SP held its second club rush of the year. Students had the opportunity to participate in new clubs and recruit other students to join theirs. On the 28th, San Pasqual's 8th grade family night gave middle school students the opportunity to select courses for the upcoming school year and celebrate incoming freshmen. The Eagles ended January with a successful Northern Lights themed pep rally on January 30th and carried into the beginning of February, celebrating Counselors Week. San Pasqual's robotics team also commenced the beginning of their first robotics competition, FRC 2026 season, projecting that SP Robotics will be in the top 4.2 percentile of robotics teams worldwide after their 6-week-long season. Students are currently looking forward to their winter formal dance taking place on February 21st at the Ventana Cafe in Escondido. At the Escondido Adult School, students had the opportunity to attend the skill crafting hiring event on January 29th at the North County Career Center. Here, participants can network with top employers in the area for several manufacturing positions in fields such as engineering and machinery. EAS also hosted computer basics classes where students learn technical skills applicable to a broad range of positions in the workforce. Escondido Adult School will also be submitting a new application to CDPH to expand its medical program by becoming a continuing education unit provider. This will provide practitioners with further support for ongoing licensure requirements in the medical field. Also, as student board members, it is both Hannah and I's responsibility to lead our LCAP, which is our local control and accountability plan, forums throughout the EUHSD schools. Throughout the past month, we've received feedback from students at San Pasqual, Orange Glen, and Escondido High School. Some of the most popular demands across these 3 campuses were more job shadowing opportunities, more AP courses, and a wider variety of career path workshops. Some of the most popular majors among our students as of now include law, healthcare, and engineering. Given the exclusive opportunity UHSD students have to take AP exams at no cost, we find that they hope to broaden their course selection to include more AP courses, such as AP Calculus AB, AP Calculus BC, and AP Psychology. A quick survey we conducted across these schools showed that the vast majority of students who chose to take 1 or more AP courses did so only because our district covers exam fees. This concludes my second report on Escondido High, San Pascual High, and the Escondido Adult School. It's always a pleasure to report updates and insights from our campuses, and I'm looking forward to giving you my next report. Thank you.
Hello and good evening. Hello, good evening to the board and our community and our teachers here today. I am here to report for Del Lago Academy, Valley High School, and Orange Glen High School. I'm going to start off with Del Lago Academy. So they had a lot of student engagement for the past few weeks. They had a rowdy crowd for their boys soccer on January 5th and their girls soccer on January 22nd. From January 26th through January 30th, they had a spirit week with themes like Pajama Day, Toes Out Tuesday, House Colors, Style Swap, and Dress as Your Type. They also had a Tinkerbell pep rally on January 28th, with I think the theme is really cute, and a rowdy crowd for their boys basketball on January 30th. The girls soccer senior night was on February 3rd, and counselor appreciation note writing during lunch on February 4th. Moving on to Valley High School, they had a mix of academic, community, and student-focused events. They hosted the San Diego Food Pantry on February 3rd. Valley had a basketball game against Surfside. The LPAC testing held on February 5th and 6th, and they had a school site council meeting. They are holding a parent workshop, a movie night, and Check Your Mood Week from February 23rd to the 27th, which focuses on mental health and suicide prevention. Adding to that, Camp Lead will take place from February 25th to February 27th. Lastly, at Orange Glen High School, we had a very active month. On February 2nd, students organized a peaceful protest against after school against ICE, where students and parents walked from school all the way to City Hall to exercise their First Amendment rights. And on January 31st, we had our LCAP meeting and shared our many creative ideas among students. One of them I also wanted to bring up was IB courses. Some students were talking about that other districts have that, and they were wondering if we could also have that too. And we had our club rush on February 6th. Students had a chance to explore clubs and, be more involved on campus. On February 11th, we were hosting a blood drive. And throughout the month, our ASB has been creating decorations for seniors, senior nights for winter sports, and posters to show appreciation to our counselors for Counseling Appreciation Week, where many students expressed that their counselors personally have really impacted their life, not just academically, but personally as well. And I could say the same for mine. And thank you so much for your time. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Ms. Guerra.
Thank you both for such thorough reports and keeping us all informed as to the wonderful things going on in all of our campuses. Thank you. The next item on our agenda this evening is to have a career technical education presentation. So we're pleased to have Ms. Mia Funk here, and we'll let you start things off and introduce us to your team. So welcome this evening.
Good evening, board president, board trustees, student board members, superintendent, and cabinet. I'm here with my colleague, Vivian Cronco, and we are excited to share.
Can you maybe use the microphone?
Can you hear me now?
A little bit closer. I think it's.
Can you hear me?
That's better.
There we go. I'll start over again. Good evening, board president, board of trustees, student board members, superintendent, and cabinet. We're excited to share an update on our career technical education here in Escondido. My colleague, Vivian Cronco, will be supporting. DTE spans a huge range of industry sectors, from advanced manufacturing, construction, business, culinary, graphic technology, and transportation, and they serve as a key strategy for preparing our students for college, career, and life. This evening's presentation will highlight how our programs are aligning with workforce priorities, expanding real-world learning, and are delivering on measurable outcomes for students.
In alignment with America's talent strategy, California's Job First, and California Career Education Master Plan, Escondido Union High School District is intentionally preparing students for the workforce today and tomorrow. This year, students enrolled in the Advanced Business course at San Pascual High School began the school year in a year-long internship experience that connects classroom learning to real-world application. These internships reflect the strength of our local industry partnerships and our internal collaboration across departments, providing students with authentic, hands-on experiences while building durable, career-ready skills. We are pleased to share a brief video highlighting this work and the impact these partnerships have on our community.
It has really been neat and fun to see these young men, ambitious to learn and explore the trades. As you may know, there's really a shortage of trade laborers here in California and really across the nation. So to see these young students, ambitious to learn and explore the possibility of being a tradesman themselves, it's encouraging and exciting.
When I come to America, I'm in the same position as him. I'm looking for work, and I just go around and make an offer, and sometimes I ask them to work for free, but nobody takes me. So I have to work from the bottom. That's why today, when I have opportunity to help all the young people to become a mechanic, I'm very happy to help them. That's how I end up with here today.
We remain focused on measuring what matters and aligning our outcomes to the California School Dashboard and the College Career Indicator. This year, 42% of our students are enrolled in CTE. This represents a 1.9 increase. Over 1,300 students have participated in work-based learning experiences, and our pathway completion has increased to 31%. Additionally, 631 students have earned articulated college credit. That's a 21% increase, demonstrating a strong alignment between secondary instruction and post-secondary expectations. Over the next 3 years, we will be aligning our CTE program to California's modernized career clusters. These pathways ensure that our students are learning relevant, connected, and flexible. These pathways support both lateral and vertical movement for our students, and they allow them to explore and specialize and advance based on their interest and readiness. A strong example is our fire technology pathway at Orange Glen High School. We've developed it in partnership with the 1904 cadets. This connects students directly with regional labor market demand.
This program is life-changing.
I've never seen anything like this before.
You gotta face your fears. Otherwise, you might not know what life could have been.
Our mission at 1904 Cadets is to equip the next generation of first responders with the confidence, character, and experience they need to lead with purpose.
1904 Cadets is a blessing and a gift. There's so many kids that would not even have this opportunity if this program wasn't available.
So setting them up for after they graduate. And I think it's nice to give them an avenue of teaching them a career.
Ever since this program started, I wanted to become an EMT.
I want to be a firefighter.
I would like to join the military and become an EMT. I want to be in the Army National Guard as a firefighter.
I want to be an ophthalmologist.
This program has given me every possibility to be able to do that.
The U.S. Departments of Labor, Education, and Commerce, along with their industry advisory members, are very clear. The traditional education to workforce pipeline is no longer sufficient. EUHSD CTE are realigning systems so that every student graduates with durable skills that last. even as technology and AI continue to change the nature of work. These skills are embedded across coursework, projects, and work-based learning experiences so students graduate with proof of skills, not just a transcript. Across newly redesigned CTE courses, durable skills are intentionally and explicitly embedded. Beginning in the 26-27 school year, the education pathway will include embedded internship experiences, allowing students to apply instructional theory in real classroom settings. Robotics students may participate in FIRST Robotics, engaging in team-based engineering challenges that mirror industry problem solving and project management. Many EUHSD CTE programs include Career Technical Student Organizations, CTSOs. CTSOs extend learning beyond the classroom through student-led projects, competitive standards-aligned events, and real-world evaluations conducted by industry and community partners. Work-based learning and CTSOs are central to how EUHSD delivers durable 21st century skills that students need to apply learning in authentic real-world contexts. These experiences ensure students graduate with validated skills, professional behaviors, and applied learning evidence.
Future Ready reflects real careers that are already here driving Escondido and North County's economy. Students will graduate with employer-validated proof of skills through certifications and work-based learning. These industry certifications remain a critical component to our programs, supporting both the immediate employability, but also long-term career mobility. Today's investment is a continued program alignment, industry-aligned curriculum, interdisciplinary teaching, and real-world experiences, and is preparing tomorrow's workforce. To close, we'd like to share one more voice, the student voice.
I had done business as a class. I had done business as a class my junior year, and then my teacher talked about an advanced business, where we would be interning. I chose it because I've kind of known for a really long time that I want to work in the medical field as a whole. Being able to intern here has been life-changing, truly, and I don't say that lightly, and I don't mean it lightly, because it's, like I said, it's opened a lot of doors for me that I didn't even consider, truly, and it's been really amazing. And we were just talking this morning about how there's only a certain amount of weeks left, and I kind of got like emotional, knowing that like it's not going to be every Thursday I come here 7 to 10:30. I think just working with her and everyone else here has been fantastic, because they're the sweetest people, and I cannot say enough about this.
That's our tomorrow's workforce. Through continued partnership, Escondido Union High School District will remain a regional leader. We'll prepare students not only for their first job, but a lifetime of success. Thank you for the opportunity to share the impact of career technical education. And I would like to give a sincere thanks to our dedicated CTE teachers and staff. Have a happy CTE month.
Thank you so much. You know how passionate about CTE I am, and this was very emotional for me. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, or so the relationship between thanks for doing all the good stuff that you're doing. So the relationship between the CTE programs and Project Next, is there any special, handoff, or how are we integrating those? Go ahead.
Yeah, so currently we're working with Project Next at Escondido High School, and we are coordinating some of the field trip experiences so that our career technician is working with Project Next to make sure that when our students take their interest inventories, that we're targeting specific areas that are of student interest. So if a student is picking, let's say, an interest in engineering, they may go to a location where they have engineering or something of the like, and they're trying to be very mindful in their coordination of some of those efforts.
Are you seeing any additional areas that CTE should add based on the interest coming or the requests coming out of Project Next?
I would say that we see more of an interest when we're using the California Guidance Initiative, because at Escondido, Kelly Domitz, who's one of our counselors, has worked very hard to make sure that our sophomores, our 10th grade students, have received push-in lessons and have taken the interest inventory. And so we're able to calibrate a little bit more differently with the experiences that students have. So it was interesting when some of the students had mentioned the LCAP and they liked having some of the workshops and they wanted to see more of those. It tickled my heart because some of those workshops and things that were brought were from the hard work of our college and career technicians using some of the data to identify the interest of their students.
I want to thank you for that. Also, Dr. Casas, thank you. And for
I got a couple.
The third year of math, because my son is an apprentice electrician. And his like fifth day on the job, he was bending pipe and he was like, oh my gosh, all the math I learned, it's finally paying off.
Yep.
And so he's like, I'm so glad I learned it, degrees and angles and all that. So yes, math is going to be super important for any CTE future that a kid takes.
So you mentioned biotechnology. Is that something you're offering now or are you planning on offering in the future?
Yeah, so biotechnology is an emergent field, especially in this region, and there's some certificate programs offered at local community colleges. And there are several high schools that are starting to offer biotechnology for career technical education. And we're definitely in the exploration phase right now. In fact, tomorrow we'll be exploring some additional resources to see which area for health we need to go.
That's the industry I'm in, and there's a big demand for skilled labor in that field. So you're heading in the right direction.
Minimal requirements to get into the entry of that. So
I think another thing that I got emotional when I was seeing the firefighters, because I was a volunteer firefighter in the when I was in my 30s, and I did that for 5 years, and it's pretty enduring, believe me.
That one got to me too, especially when the kids knew what they wanted to do when they finished high school.
Yeah. So I appreciate you. That was very emotional for me, from flashbacks with the firefighting as well as the biotech. Overall, you did a phenomenal job. Thank you so much.
That. Thank you.
Just one follow. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you go.
Just one follow-up question would be: can you elaborate a little bit more on the change to clusters?
Absolutely. And we'll get into a little bit more next week during the board workshop. But in November, our State Board of Education has adopted the California Cluster Framework. And so previous to that, we had separate industry sectors. And what California has recognized is that there are some skills that overlap amongst some of the industry sectors. So they're clustering some of those areas together. So I think long term, it's going to be really benefit what we do in Escondido and some of the philosophies of some of our teachers.
Yeah, so is that why I know later in the meeting we're going to vote on some volunteers within the industry? Is that why they're segregated, like agricultural and natural resources, and
right?
Manufacturing and product
according to the state plan, we have to identify which sectors they're represented. But moving forward, what we'll start seeing is the sectors that they're represented and then the cluster.
Thank you.
And I just had a quick question about the last student video. Was a San Pasqual student that talked about a 6-week internship, which would be similar to the Del Lago model. So is that's a specific class at San Pasqual that allows a student to do this internship during class time? Is that how that works?
Yeah, so it's the advanced business class. So it is the second year of the business program. And so students go for 4 hours once a week to an industry sector, and they have a mentor and they learn about the business aspects of that field while also learning about some of the moving parts of that business.
And do they self-select the industry they're interested in?
They do.
And then our team helps identify a partner business in the community that would work with that. Okay, so realistically, the student doesn't have to be interested in a business degree per se to take that class and have that internship opportunity.
Mm-hmm,
That's great. I had the pleasure of doing a mentorship, being a mentor to a Del Lago student 2 years ago, and that was just a really cool experience for both. I did it on my in my professional life. Like, so it was neat to see as a board member that experience for our students and to do that. So I would encourage anyone in the business community to welcome a student from the district in. It's a small time commitment, but the benefit goes so far for the students because they're exposed to just all aspects of work and that industry. And it was just a really, really cool experience. So I'm glad that it's not only now at Del Lago, and that hopefully we would be able to have those opportunities on more of our campuses. So that's great work. Thank you. Thank you. And I would love to see you tomorrow, but I'm not going to make it to that healthcare thing. So I will look forward to catching up with you on how it goes.
Next
Yeah.
Tuesday. Just one note, we had a mentor breakfast for the business, and Mr. Byers was with me and some of the other mentors. And I don't know who was more excited, the kids or the mentors, about the experience.
Well, thank you, and teachers, CTE teachers, great job. Thank you.
And speaking of teachers, if I could just add one quick shout out, those videos were produced by our multimedia and podcasting advisor and his student, Ed Nunez, who I believe is in the crowd.
Very impressive. Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is another presentation. Thank you. We have our facilities planning and funding update presentation, and we will hand that over to Ms. Phillips. Thank you very much.
There we go. Good evening, President Knight, board members, community, staff. I'm going to orient my podium a little bit. Tonight, I'll be sharing an overview of our athletics facilities, existing field lighting. I'll also share some information on our facility use, revenue, the cost to install some new lighting, the current status of some of our facilities funds, and we'll wrap up the presentation with some information on some polling possibilities. There we go. So let's dive into the status of our existing lighting by sport. So first we'll talk about our tennis courts. So right now, there are no lights on any of our campuses, although OG has some infrastructure, but no functional lights. Their practice fields at our schools they have no lights either. And our lacrosse field at Del Lago doesn't have any lights. Softball fields, no lights either. Although SP softball is the current location of our donated light project. Our baseball diamonds, little mixed. EHS is equipped with lights, OG and SP do not. And our football stadiums are fully equipped with lights across the district.
And can I clarify, just for sake of sports, obviously soccer is not listed or football is not listed. So
they use the football
stadium?
stadium.
They also use the
yes.
Okay. So they are fully equipped with lights as well. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
And so then there was some information requested about specifically revenue related to baseball fields and lights versus non-lit. So on the left side, you will see in blue baseball revenue from our non-lit baseball fields, which would be Orange Glen and San Pasqual. And on the right, you will see EHS in orange for lit baseball field revenue. And you can tell, obviously, that there is more revenue generated from the lit baseball fields. There is more use, obviously, from it being lit. And we also do charge for lights. So that in itself generates revenue by itself. Also, just want to note too, the JV baseball fields are also used for soccer. So it's not just baseball. They're also used for soccer as well. So just moving on to what it would cost to put lights in on all of our athletic facilities. Across the board, it would be $5 million estimate across the board. If you want to see it broken out by sport, about 1.1 million for tennis, about 1.2 for practice fields, about 500,000 for lacrosse, 1.6 for all 4 baseball fields, and about 600,000 for the 2 softball fields. Sum that up, it's about $5 million. Obviously, that wouldn't take into consideration if we came across any mitigation or any environmental issues if we came across that. This is just everything rolled out smooth and perfect. So I wanted to just note that part of the process with lighting that we might not have to deal with on a normal everyday construction process is called CEQA, which is the California Environmental Quality Act. And it's basically a regulatory agency that requires us to identify, evaluate, and disclose any potential environmental impacts before we get approval. So we already have to engineer, we already have to get DSA, that's all normal. This is the special extra layer that we have to go through. And it kind of goes over those bulleted items right there. Night noise, traffic impacts, the wildlife, the habitat that could be impacted by the light. So all those different things we would have to just check off the list and go through this special process. So just a little extra layer that we would have to go through.
And Amanda, I would say that's that would be an area that I would be concerned about with adding new lights is that first bullet, right? Which is
yes.
what I would call from my background, light trespass, right? I think
Yes.
Orange Glen Fields has a lot of light trespass.
Yes, they're right on the ground
streets and
level.
Neighbors.
Mhm.
So I think there's a better way that we can do the lighting designs.
Yep, absolutely. That they're definitely kind of ground level there. It's special.
I haven't heard any, but it drives me nuts every time I walk by or drive by.
So we'll move on. Okay, so so just to kind of overview where we potentially have funding coming in is developer fees. So we kind of spoke about this at one of our last meetings. Developer fees are a way we get money from new construction. They are restricted for direct or indirect projects that are typically associated with new development or growth, which is like adding new classrooms. I've listed the current amount in our that we get right now in our shared areas. So we share obviously with the elementary district, and then we share obviously with San Pasqual. So the square footage amount we get with the elementary district is $1.93 per square foot, and then $1.26 with the San Pasqual area.
So would we be able to use developer fees at all? Because they're not building classrooms. It would be more.
Yeah. So right now we're basically just using it to pay the debt that we have currently, which is what kind of in Fund 25 when we get down to there. It's in a restricted fund because it's for restricted uses. So right now we basically just use it to pay the debt that we owe on kind of the certificates of participation that we have that we used when we were growing. So that's kind of that indirect relation that it has. So we're looking into some options that we might be able to use it based on our facilities master plan. So we're going to work with the consultant that we use that wrote that report. And so when we do the fee justification report that we're working on this coming year, we're going to see if there's some areas that we might be able to stretch those fees. And we're going to come up with a plan. But it's typically for growth, which is why we haven't used it for construction because we're not growing. Proposition 2, so we talked a lot about this while we had our facility master plan, trying to get it to check that box so we could apply. We have submitted an application for $5.753 million. We used it for the kitchen projects because those were plans that were nice and pretty and done and qualified. The state hasn't finalized their application though, they're fiddling with it. So we just put that to get in line, but now we're kind of waiting till they fiddle with the application, and we don't want to submit any more applications and then have to redo them. So we'll wait till they finalize their application again, and then we'll submit more applications once they finalize their application. State likes to redo their applications over and over again. So, but that is state bond money, and right now it's all spent anyway. So we're just getting in line. There's no money right now anyway. So we're just standing in line waiting for them to write us a check someday. I talked about Fund 25, so Capital Facilities Fund, new construction, major renovations, developer fees, restricted purposes. We've been using it just to pay our debt. That's basically what comes straight out of there. Fund 35, this is also another fund. There's a little more flexibility here. This was basically funds that we got from Prop T matching funds. So it comes back so late. Basically, you front the money and then it just sits there after a while. So basically, that's how state matching dollars, kind of like what we would get with Prop 2, you front the money and the matching funds come back so late that you end up fronting the money. So that's what Fund 35 essentially is just old state matching money that's sitting there. So we use it for more construction.
Can I ask a couple questions about this fund? Just to clarify, so these special reserve funds for capital projects, they're flexible in facility funding. These are not funds that are allowed to be used once they're in this fund. They're not allowed to be used for other purposes, such as salaries and, okay. Also, I recognize there's a comment here that says, but not growing. So we're not continuing to add money to those funds.
Fund 25 grows with developer fees and the RDA funds.
Okay.
So that one is growing and
That one
obviously
grows.
interest. And then Fund 35 is only growing with interest because there's no additional state matching. So if we did, let's say, get another bond and state matching, then more state matching fund. This fund is literally just for state matching bond funds. So that is all that would go in there. So again, another bond would come, we would apply for state matching, and then yay, Fund 35 would grow again some other day.
And like you said, it does grow with interest. And while we may not be making like risky investments with that, would it be reasonable to say we're making at least $300,000 to possibly $500,000 a year in interest on that fund?
Last year was just under 300.
About 300,000. Okay. I think that gives some indication that it and that again,
it varies. Basically, we've been pulling down on it to do projects. So obviously the more that was in there, the more interest it grew. But as we've been drawing down on it to do projects district-wide, the balance decreases, so the interest decreases. So the more that we do construction district-wide, the less fund balance will be there, the less interest there'll be.
And historically, I just want to share that historically, the board has not been involved in determining priorities of how those funds are spent. I'm just going to be honest, the board has never been consulted about what those priorities are. I'm not questioning the judgment of how those funds have been used in the past, because I know there's been a lot of incredible improvements that have been made across the district. However, this evening we are we're having a discussion about perhaps a little more board direction about how those funds could potentially be spent to invest in our community in a way that will attract more students to our district. And so that's where I'm coming from with this conversation. So I know there's more to the presentation, so I'll let you continue with that before I make more comments. Thank you for entertaining my questions.
Absolutely. So just switching gears a little bit to another option for funding. So we talked about developer fees, we talked about Proposition 2, the real way that districts make big impacts to their districts' facilities is through bonds. So one way to really test your waters early on without doing a full bond campaign is to do some early polling. So what that would look like is, first, the cost is about $25,000 to $30,000 per poll. It would take about 60 days from when the board approves the action to when the board would have the report. And then with the architecture of the poll would basically test whether the community has the appetite for a bond or not, what the size of the bond the community might support, 100 million, 200 million, even maybe what the tax rate the community might feel comfortable with, $20, $25, $30. Just an FYI, for a high school district, it cannot exceed $30 per 100,000 of assessed value. So that's our cap legally as a high school district. The poll would also try to get feedback about what type of projects that would garner support, CTE, athletics, STEM, but also what what negative arguments are out there, just like for more taxes. So it would try to get feedback for all of those different types of things. The goal essentially is to get a feel for what percentage would we be at. Are we in the 50s? Are we in the 60s? The pass rate for a bond is 55%. There is a margin of error, obviously, 3 to 5%, so we know that exists. And also when we passed Prop T, some things have changed. At that point in 2008, all 75 words on the ballot could be used for the projects. You could just explain all the things you were going to use the bond for. Now, in 2017, AB 195 and AB 809 passed and explicitly stated that you needed to include the amount of money, the tax rate, and the duration that the tax needed that it would pass. So you had to include all the financials in there. And so you get a little less of all the projects and a lot more of the financials in there. And so some experts believe that's caused some of the bond rates to have less bonds have passed since then with the change to the language. So just some things to be aware of. A few more details. It won about 400 to 500 voters in the sample. It would take probably about 15 to 20 minutes for the survey. They would start with an email. If they don't respond within a week, they'd go to a text. And then if they don't respond to the text within a week, they'd go to the dreaded phone call as a last resort, because they know nobody really answers the phone from a telemarketer or spammer, but that would be the last resort. And then there would come with an independent ID number so that you can't just pass it around to a random person and have it filled out a bunch of times. So that's how they would validate and protect the identity. It's preferred to use an independent pollster. So that way it's credible. There are financial advisors that do both polling and financially advised, but there's a little bit of a conflict of interest there. So you'd prefer to have one that just does the one duty. And so then once they have the results, it'll take a few weeks for them to compile it. And then we would have that report for the board. And I've got, oh, there's a bug.
Who gets to select that independent pollster?
We do. We would have that option. There's several local ones. San Marcos, we know one that they have used. There's few like in LA. We could look at who's recommended by local districts and who's been successful with passing bonds and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
So basically, you want to be a little strategic with the poll, obviously. We could bring a resolution and a contract to the board for approval. You'd probably want to target late spring or early summer. Never poll in November, December, or April. No tax time, no holidays. So that would be the timeline. This would be our recommendation if this is a path the board wants to go down and just test the waters, see if there's any flavor, taste, or engagement.
When was the last time this district went out and requested the community to support a bond?
Prop T would have been in 2008, I believe.
So in 2008, so we're looking at almost 20 years ago that the high school district went out for a bond. Do you have any knowledge of when the elementary district last went out for a bond?
2012?
It was a few years ago.
Yeah, they went during the pandemic and then they pulled one. I know that. And then I think they went right before that too.
So they've had two since our last bond?
Yes,
They've had
absolutely.
two. And the community supported both, correct?
One. I know they pulled the last one because
of the
support
pandemic.
was
Okay.
iffy.
And in 2008, when we went out for that bond, I wasn't on the board, but Prop T was targeted around building Del Lago Academy. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think there was some science labs. I don't have the ballot language right in front of me though, but yes, I do. I know this bug.
It's not as big as it looks on screen. Okay, but largely
yes.
Those funds were used to build Del Lago. Okay.
From what I recall, it was about half Del Lago and half modernization of other schools and stuff. It was split up between the two.
Okay. When it comes to paying for the polling, where do you pull the funds to pay for something like a poll to determine the appetite of the community for something like this? Where would those funds come from?
We're allowed to pull it from our facility funds if
Can you pull it from the Fund 25?
it probably would
The
be more of a
$38
fund.
million fund? Can you pull it from that?
I'd have to check on Fund 25, but I mean, it probably Fund 35 for sure, but I could check on 25. We always want to double check on Fund 25 just because of the restrictions, but.
Okay, I have some more questions related to the slide where we talk about cost estimates, or actually, first let's go back to like the current lighting thing. So for context, for those in the audience, context is there was a significant donation made to San Pasqual High School to install lights on the softball field, and that was an incredible donation provided by a community member to install lights on San Pasqual's softball field. There are baseball fields right on that same area, directly adjacent to that, and while we as the board accept and approve the donation, as a parent and somebody who's very invested in sports programs for our community and recognizing that our district has some very competitive sports teams. We have made some wonderful investments across our district in our football fields and in improving lighting across our football fields. Most recently, we made a significant investment in repaving all of our tennis courts at Orange Glen High School. So we do recognize and make investments in that. However, our softball and baseball fields have been lacking those investments, and we have some very competitive baseball programs. And we have a lot of competitive programs, but we have a window of opportunity when you are accepting a donation of that magnitude to install lights on the baseball or on the softball field there at San Pasqual, and looking at the types of things that need to be done to make something like that happen. Again, assuming we've done our due diligence and we're working through the community involvement and community engagement to accept that donation and install those lights on the softball field, it would be irresponsible of us not to make the strategic investment at this same time to install lights on the baseball field. This year, San Pasqual's baseball team has risen to a D1 baseball school. And they are competing against some incredibly wealthy schools across the county. And I see that our program is not, it can't compete. It's inequitable. And when you go to attend a baseball game at La Jolla Country Day and you see what our fields look like in comparison to the teams we're playing, we have an opportunity to make a strategic investment right now to increase our competitiveness, not only for the kids that are already in our schools, but to attract more students to our district who care about this. And there are a lot of students that are looking at all of the North County schools and where they want to go, and parents are looking at sports as a driving factor as to where they want their kids to go to school. And when we have neighboring districts such as Poway that has incredible facilities and San Marcos that have incredible facilities, we're losing kids to those two districts. And so I would like a little more breakdown on making a strategic investment by this board to at least start phasing in these lighting infrastructure projects where it makes the most sense, and aligning perhaps the lights for the baseball fields and perhaps the practice fields. If I understand correctly, there are some practice fields right in that same area as the softball fields, and have a phase 1 of a lighting project begin. After doing quite a bit of research on this, there is no doubt that making these investments would increase enrollment for our district. There's estimates of several percentage points that it could increase enrollment across our district. And again, while we've made these investments for our football fields, we've made these, and which is the same as our soccer fields, and we have one of the best soccer teams across the state, I would argue. We have also some incredibly talented baseball players, and while I also would love to see a pool on each campus, I recognize that that's bond material. Like, that's going to be something we have to consider with a bond. But there could be minimal, I say minimal in the sense of how we phase in these projects. 1 year of interest would pay for one of those baseball fields. 1 year of interest on that fund that you mentioned would pay to install the lights on that baseball field. So I feel confident that making an investment like this is a wise investment for our district. And again, a window of opportunity. We miss that opportunity. You don't want to piss off the neighbors twice. Okay, if we're going to piss them off, we do it once when we install the lights on all those fields.
How did we?
And I think we can do it well. We're not going to piss people off.
I'm in agreement, but how did we miss the opportunity? What happened?
We're not. If we don't move now and we give staff direction to do something with those baseball fields and those practice fields, the lights on the softball field will go up, and then nothing else is going to happen.
So then do we need a motion, like move that staff?
I know that it's not an action item on the agenda. However, I believe if there is board consensus to direct staff to move in that direction.
I'm in.
I was in on the pool, but
I know. Well, in the pool, and that's again a part of what direction could go towards this is, and there's an opportunity to poll the community to see what other projects a bond could help pay for. And I know CTE programs are a very strategic investment that also could work with that other fund 25 that we've talked about. And so seeing those types of investments, and again, not that I'm questioning any of what has already been done and spent on these projects, but having a little more board involvement in how these funds are being spent to help increase enrollment for our district, I feel very passionately about, if you can't tell.
Yeah, and enrollment's really important. We got to increase.
Very important.
So the more we have to offer, the better opportunities for everyone.
Yeah, so.
Increase in enrollment will.
We are. Absolutely. So at this point, I guess the other direction would be if the poll is something we would like to move forward with and have staff move forward with bringing the resolution and contract to the board to do a poll.
And I've got a couple of things I'd like to just mention about this. I do agree with getting lights on fields and stuff. But I also live next to a school too, so I'm also aware of things that go on at the school and how they impact the neighbors. So, I mean, as long as we can do things without a serious impact on the neighborhood, changing the character of the neighborhood, the way things are. I know over at Del Lago, when the school went in, we were told they will never put lights in there, ever. Yet I see that on the list here as a possibility. We want to keep our integrity. That's one of the things we need to ask too when we're looking at doing this, and we need to see how it will impact the neighbors and the neighborhoods. I mean, some of these courts, like I've seen tennis courts over at EHS. I don't think anyone gets affected by lights on those.
Right.
But if you throw on big bright lights right next to someone's backyard, that's going to be a problem.
Well, and if it was something that was promised to the neighbors, that might be a deal breaker when it comes to lighting up those particular fields.
Exactly.
But again, assuming once, as as our district has already accepted that donation for the softball lights and those lights are going up, we've done our due diligence. Now is a window of opportunity to do the lights as well for those other practice fields and baseball field.
I'm also concerned about doing a bond. Again, I was out, full disclosure, back in 2008, I was against doing a bond then. I still am. That one we're paying for until 2054.
Thank you. I appreciate where board is having some discussion and we do appreciate the keeping things down so we can hear each other. Thank you.
Carol, is your mic on?
Another thing I want to mention with like Del Lago, again, this is how neighbors get impacted. The fields that were there were put in for soccer. Lacrosse came in after the fact, and then they said, oh, now we have to put up 30-foot high nets, block the neighbor's view, to block the balls from hitting the neighbor's house and everything. So these things tend to grow. So I get that's where, I'll be a little, I'm more.
Well, and we would need to look at that, what was promised to the neighbors at that time.
Let's probably also look at the other schools and how it impacts, because we have to be good neighbors as well as educators. And I'm just wondering, where do these actually stand in our master plan? We just had a master plan put together.
They were in the master plan.
I know they're in there, but where? What's the priority on those? We have other things we need to put a higher priority on. Or is this the best way to go right now, given the timing and everything and the ability to strike now, like you said?
Right, that's what I asked that this be brought forward, because if you miss a window of opportunity like that, you aren't being fiscally responsible with how it all rolls out.
But I do have some concerns and stuff, so just want to bring those up. Well, I think that's where the impact comes in. Once that's done, but the master plan I thought was also focused on what safety issues within the schools, improvements and things like that. So I just wanted to make sure the priorities are still with the safety within the school that are need like new HVAC systems, things like that. So I don't. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Dr. Vincent, it's interesting you bring up safety factor, because one of the concerns we have actually is baseball fields are not being maintained by people that understand how to maintain a baseball field. It's more of just a general, gardening technique. And there's gopher holes and there's other unlevel playing fields there. And, it leaves us open to liability lawsuits from parents if a child is hurt or a student is hurt on those fields. So I think that not only are lights important, but I think a very immediate review of the baseball and softball fields, since they are turf and not AstroTurf or however you call it nowadays, should be reviewed, because as we know, one of the biggest detriments to budgets and all is definitely lawsuits. So I think we should definitely look into it. So thank you for bringing up the safety thing. So Superintendent, I guess, you've heard what we said here. I'm not sure what you need for us to give you the authorization to go ahead and do more of planning for lights, but also immediately look at field conditions to prevent injury to students.
Can I just make a correction? Our baseball fields are natural grass. They're not turf.
Real grass.
And they're,
I meant to say grass.
and I haven't had a complaint about conditions.
Okay, well, we have.
So
We have.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Talk to the coaches.
Yeah, and they're laser leveled every year, so.
So obviously the board cannot take any action tonight. Nothing was agendized. So I'm listening to the conversation and I haven't heard any consensus on any one particular pathway over another. I heard a lot of general ideas. So
What kind of clarity do you need to get a consensus?
Yes.
what would the board like us to do facilities wise immediately?
President Knight, why don't
I
you summarize?
asked for support to align the lighting of all of the fields that are adjacent to that softball field that's already in preparations to receive lights this year. Align all of those projects to happen at the same time.
Okay.
Not to hold up the lighting at the softball fields, but to leverage the opportunity of this donation to do the lighting for the baseball field, and I believe those are other practice fields, perhaps soccer practice fields or whatever practice fields are up there, because they're all going to share the same line. And when you're dealing with utility planning, doing it all at the same time, doing the underground work, doing the overhead work, they're all going to share similar poles. Doing that all now is very responsible use of our funds. So that's what I'm asking for consensus from the board to give staff direction.
I think that's a good summary. I'm good with that.
Over at San Pasqual?
And that you start that as a phase 1 project, and then you continue to look at these other opportunities.
Thumbs up.
Okay. That's what we're talking about, and that's fine. This is a board discussion. This is a board discussion. Thank you.
So I'd say that there's a lot of, I mean, honestly, I love lights. I'm all about lights. I work in the lighting industry. Right, so.
Up for you to bid on this project.
Yeah. I don't make those kind of lights.
It'd be illegal.
But in general, I'd say sure, if it makes sense to do some things at the same time, great. I'm not interested in setting up our own board light program to light up everything. I think there's a lot of other things we could be spending money on, and honestly, a lot of things we could be spending our time on right now. So I think we've kind of killed this topic, and it's ready to
I
move
think
on.
that is an incredibly rude statement to the president, that it's your opinion, that it was important for the president to bring up, and we can have discussions. Okay,
We had consensus, so I appreciate the consensus, and we will move forward. Thank you, Amanda, for the presentation. If we also have consensus, I believe we can use some of the money from that fund to consider a poll and have staff bring back the opportunity to do a poll with the community on the appetite for a bond to do other improvements across the district, which would accomplish much of what we've already seen in the facilities master plan, which we all approved.
Yeah.
So do we have consensus to move forward with the poll and at least get that ball rolling?
Yes.
No issues.
Okay, thank you. Do you have the direction you need?
Yes, staff can look for a strategic time to consider a poll and bring it back as an action item for the board to consider at that time.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Phillips, for that presentation. And thank you to my fellow board members for a healthy discussion. And thank you for the input and laughs and cheers from the community. We love you. So that brings us to the next item on our agenda, which is public comment. And item E1 is a report from CSEA. So I would welcome anyone here to present a report from CSEA. Juan, welcome.
I wasn't gonna be, that was very rude to say that our maintenance workers are not maintaining our fields well enough for, I guess, some parents. That just came out of left field for me. No,
Pretty sure they're not our maintenance workers. I believe we hire an outside company, but thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that our folks are being respected in that sense. And if there's issues, we have ways of supporting our folks. So, hello, members of the board and cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As you will see later in the agenda, we are sunshining our successor proposal. We look forward to negotiating in good faith, and we hope that the district does the same. Our proposal is designed to strengthen EUHSD as an employer, one that attracts high-quality applicants, uplifts classified employees, and retains the skilled, dedicated people who serve our students and community every day. When we talk about attracting and retaining staff, it's important to address an issue at the heart of our negotiations. While we understand that we do not directly negotiate with the board, we understand that you do help guide priorities and decisions that shape the direction of the district. As you know, insurance rates have skyrocketed in recent years. And each year, when we negotiate a raise, classified employees are forced into a choice: accept the full raise into our paychecks or give up part of that increase just to keep our health benefits stable. In my 10 years with EUHSD, 8 years spent on the negotiations team, there has not been a single year when the district raised the insurance cap without taking money out of the salary pool intended for employees. That means our benefits only stay afloat because employees sacrifice their own raises. It is not sustainable and it is not competitive. There is a common assumption that public employees receive strong, stable benefits, but the truth is that we maintain our health coverage only because classified employees give up income year after year. Employees who take the district insurance lose part of their raise just to keep up with rising premiums. Employees who don't take the district's insurance lose part of their raise for a benefit they don't even receive. As the district loses its ability to retain staff and as wages and benefits continue to fall behind, and this is why we are asking for a different approach. We need to raise that insurance cap without taking from salary and separate salary increases from health benefit costs. This would make compensation more equitable, protect employee earnings, and make EUHSD more competitive. I know I've taken some of your time, but there's also another important issue that I want to raise. The March 15th layoff deadline is approaching, and we understand how difficult those decisions are. The livelihood of employees, many of whom already struggle to afford living in our community, depend on them. We understand that the district must find ways to reduce costs, but those savings should not come at the expense of the people who keep our schools running every day. They should not come at the expense of the support our students receive in classrooms, or the support that ensures that they are fed, or the support that keeps our campuses clean and safe, or the support that keeps our offices running smoothly so schools can function. We are grateful for your decision last year not to move forward with classified layoffs. You ultimately chose to stand with our students and community, and we hope that continues. President Knight, our door is open. Should you ever want to explore the day-to-day work classified employees do, what our jobs entail, or how we support the larger ecosystem of EUHSD, we are welcome to that conversation. There are always two sides to every story. If you wish to hear ours, we are here. Thank you.
Item E2. Hey, thank you. I appreciate. Can I ask if you can turn up our mics because of the level of cheering that's coming, I can't speak loud enough. And is there any way to turn it like all the way up? Like this is as high as it goes? All right. So I'm going to ask that the cheering be do it like this. Okay, well, I'm asking this is our meeting and I'm respectfully requesting that you adhere to normal practices of a public meeting and do cheering that goes like this or like this, because what happens is when you're clapping for about, 20 to 30 seconds between each speaker, this is going to be a long night. So please, respectfully, this kind of cheering would be very, very, very respectful. Thank you. The next item on our agenda, E2, is a report from the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association, and I see Anna coming to the mic. Thank you, Anna.
Am I good? All right. Oh, good evening, Cabinet and Board. Appreciate the time to come up and speak with you tonight. Thank you to everybody who showed up. I am always humbled to be the representative for ESTA. I also just, in hearing everything, just wanted to say that I really appreciate that our board had a robust discussion about things like declining enrollment and how do we make sure that we increase that enrollment, because that is really important. And whether that's attracting students through sports, right, which is a phenomenal way that we support this community, or through the amazing CTE and VAPA programs, right? Like that was phenomenal. And there's no complaint from me on any of those programs. I do think it's odd, though, that ESTA has proposed supporting CTE and VAPA programs in every single one of its proposals, and the district has rejected it every time. So I know that our CTE and VAPA teachers have used their own personal time, their own lunch times to try and recruit and build those programs. So I hope that if those are things that are important to the board, that it's not just, what's the word? Yeah, right. Like let's do that, right? Like let's support those programs, and we do that by making sure our teachers can build those programs, right? I don't want it to be virtue signaling. That's what I was thinking about. All right, so I had so many things that I didn't know what to focus in on, because there's a lot going on from where I stand, and I guess I'll skip half this, but our teachers and our counselors, we're really exhausted right now. I take so much of my day speaking to other teachers and counselors and at EHS and at other sites, and really trying to get a grasp on how we are, right? Not just at one site, not just in our district, but I'm watching San Francisco on strike today. I'm watching a vote in LA Unified for a strike with $1 billion in their reserves. Supporting San Diego Unified on their upcoming strike. We have about half a dozen strikes heading in Sacramento. And I think that there is power in that. And I think that we should take note as to what's happening and why it's happening, right? Because I think that school services and school boards and school cabinets have really taken a harsh road and said, no, we're not going to support our teachers, and show us that you're really worth it. I think it's interesting because one of the things that I've learned to do, and I'm not always very good at it, is holding space, right? That's a term that I've been practicing, and I guess holding space is being present for someone, right? It means being present even when the topic is uncomfortable. It means listening when the story is messy. It means not rushing to fix. I sometimes do that, right? I want to fix a problem, and I don't just sit with it. It means not rushing to defend or not being dismissive. And I do listen to the board's comments at the end of every evening, and we have to make sure that we're holding space. Providing a supportive and safe environment for people to process. Sometimes it means being able to sit in the reality of another human being and saying, like, I hear you and I see you and you matter. And educators do this every day, right? We hold space for students. I had a student who didn't sleep last night because he spent all night in the hospital with his uncle who was having back surgery, and he couldn't do his presentation. I held space for the student who was failing, not because she didn't care, but because she was drowning in emotional issues. We hold space for students when they come to school, angry and scared, hungry, grieving, anxious, and traumatized. You name it, we are seeing it in our classrooms, right? And I don't want the VAPA, CTE, football field, baseball fields. I want you guys to keep going. Because I don't know if you've realized, but everyone in here has been working without a contract for 225 days. You keep going with that conversation. Don't stop, right? We don't get to tell our students, well, that's too much, or that's not my problem, or you should just be grateful. We show up and we hold space, and we do it with skill and structure and patience and love. That is another form of invisible labor. And I know I've spoken previously about invisible labor and our educators and how this district runs and is able to be successful because of that invisible labor. And the truth is, we don't just do it for our students, right? We do it for our own families. I'm sure some of you guys have practiced this skill. We do it for our families and our communities, and we do it for each other. And I like to think of it kind of like a sponge, right? All day long, we sit and absorb. We are absorbing every societal issue present in our community and our nation within each classroom. We are soaking up fear and anxiety and grief of our students, and we soak up needs that have nowhere else to go. And we're doing it without a contract. And we're doing it while being shown we're not valued. 225 days without a contract is not value. We're doing it by being told, no, can you postpone bargaining for the next contract by a month, please? Because we're not ready. And tomorrow, we're going to show up. We're going to hold space for our kids and be ready. So I want to say something directly to the educators in this room and those listening and watching online. You are not crazy for feeling exhausted. You're not weak for feeling discouraged. And you are not negative for speaking the truth about what's happening. You are professionals, advocates, and you're the reason students survive, succeed, and believe in themselves. And you deserve a board and district leaders who can hold space for the way that you hold space for everyone else. Board and cabinet, you're going to hear from some educators tonight, and it may not be neat, and it may be that you're hearing frustration and fatigue and maybe even anger. And I want to remind everyone in here, it's not disrespectful. It's what it sounds like when people have been caring too much for too long. It's what it sounds like when people that are doing the work are begging to be heard. So my request tonight is simple. Before you dismiss and you get on your phones back there or you're doodling on your notepads, right? Before you just tune us out, just hold space, right? Because we're not outsiders and we're not the enemy. We are the adults that the kids turn to. We are the adults that the kids trust, and we're here to support this community, right? If this board can't hold space for the voices of the educators in this room, it sends a message far beyond the building in Midway. It tells every teacher, every counselor, every staff member, your experiences don't matter. Your voices don't matter. Your sacrifices don't matter. And I don't think that that's the message that our board wants to send. I don't think you want to stop at putting up lights. I think there's more to it. If I'm wrong, if that message is what you want to send, it's not just going to hurt our morale. It hurts our kids. That message hurts our students. So I guess tonight I'm asking you to do something that the teachers and counselors do for their students every day and ask to listen with humility, patience, and respect and hold space for people who are holding up the system, right? Because the educators who will speak after me are not here for themselves. I'm sure there's a lot of other things going on in our lives, right? We just finished a full work day and we're here and we got to turn around. I got to meet a kid in the morning because he's got to take a test he missed. Right? We're here because we believe in our students in our schools and we believe in Escondido. And deep down, I think they still believe this board and the district leadership is capable of doing better. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
President, just to make sure so that no one feels like we're cutting off, can we have a pre-planned break at 8 o'clock?
Pre-planned break.
Well, just so that, because I don't know how many speaker cards you
It
have.
looks like we have 7 speaker slips.
Okay, well, let's see how we do.
Okay, so next item is our public comment portion of the meeting. These are comments from the public on non-agendized topics that lie within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes, so we are asking that you all adhere to that 3 minutes. And we have speaker slips from 7 people who wish to speak this evening, and they were taken in order, so that is how they will be called forward. So the first person is Megan Torres, followed by Andrea Wood. On deck is Andrea Wood. So I'm just going to let the next person always know who's on deck.
Can you hear me?
Megan.
All right. Good evening, board members, student board members, and cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Megan Torres, and I'm an English and AVID teacher in EUHSD, where I've taught for almost 25 years. Admittedly, like many certificated staff members, I unfortunately do not have a lot of time to see all of the amazing things that my colleagues are working on with their students district-wide or even school-wide. The district dialogue newsletter, presentations by principals at board meetings, awards such as the Golden Bell for the work of the TOSAs in the district posted on social media, the CTA presentation tonight, and my role as an avid teacher observing students presenting questions from their classes in tutorial fortunately provides some insight into the remarkable work being done in UHSD. Through these sources, I am constantly in awe of teachers' deep knowledge of their subject matter, their ability to convey complex concepts to their classes, along with the students' desire for knowledge, as well as the students' own innate talents, all evidenced on a daily basis in some way. In fact, in the Cougar newsletter just this week, referenced earlier tonight, Superintendent Peterson commended EHS staff and students on the 2025 AP School Honor Roll recognition by commenting that, quote, "This recognition reflects the hard work and commitment of our students, teachers, counselors, and school staff. I'm very confident that every other site has had similar accomplishments that have or deserve to be applauded as well." Another reason why I'm grateful for these windows into the classrooms of other teachers and sites is because by nature, teachers can be, for the most part, somewhat humble. Preferring to watch students present thoughtful, creative, intricate, and analytical demonstrations of their knowledge, receiving extremely well-deserved awards and accolades, and walking across the stage at graduation brings all stakeholders great pride. Unfortunately, however, sometimes it seems that teachers' humility translates to the perception that we are not deserving of compensation for our degrees, credentials, and skills that we were in fact hired to be the conduits of in our classroom. Despite the aforementioned awards, gains in students' achievement, speeches by students themselves, speeches by parents, speeches by classified staff, as well as by community members who do recognize teachers' roles in the success. Unfortunately, without exception, every year teachers are left having to prove that we are worthy of the respect of fair compensation for our work. Instead, every year we must convince the board to acknowledge this critical role through ongoing bargaining. As one of my colleagues pointed out a few board meetings ago, teachers are not asking for a huge raise. Instead, teachers are asking simply to be recognized for their work through a fair cost of living compensation, using funds that are earmarked specifically for certificated staff. We hope that our efforts to serve the school and local community, evidenced in a variety of ways every single day throughout this district, are considered in the next bargaining session and in future years as well. Thank you again for your time.
Next speaker is Andrea Wood. On deck, Victoria Garcia.
Hello, my name is AJ Wood, and I'm an English teacher and track and field coach at San Pasqual High School. This is my 4th year in this district and my 10th year teaching. I'm actually an alumna of SP, which means that EUHSD has a special place in my heart. A couple of years ago, while trying to move my way across the salary scale as a way to meet the financial demands of living in San Diego County, I enrolled in a continuing education course through USD. The focus of this class was teacher burnout and strategies to prevent it. As part of the curriculum, I had to calculate the cost of teacher turnover in my district. In my research, I found that our district spends approximately $385,000 on teacher turnover each year. Now, as an English teacher, numbers and data can be kind of scary. So let me break that down and explain how I arrived at this number. Our district currently has 321.53 teachers, but to simplify the math, let's round that down to 321. The national average of teachers who leave each year is 11%, which would be about 35 teachers. The estimated cost of replacing a suburban district teacher is $11,000. This includes processing a teacher's exit, as well as recruiting, hiring, training, and processing new teachers. 35 teachers multiplied by 11,000 leads us to 385,000. Besides this clear financial cost, there have been numerous studies that show that teacher turnover has a hidden cost as well. Student achievement is lower when there is high teacher turnover. In other words, all those rising test scores we love to celebrate here at UHSD are partly thanks to teacher retention. Now to each of you who was elected to serve the interests of our community and our schools. It is more cost-effective to use the money from the $43 million in reserves to pay the fair request to meet COLA and our rising healthcare costs than to essentially tell us teachers that we aren't worth it, ultimately burning us out, just like my class taught me, which would either force us to look at working for other districts or leave teaching altogether. This would also lead to lowering student achievement, and EUHSD would still have to pay $11,000 for each of us leaving. While releasing COLA, compressing the salary schedule, and meeting the increasing benefits cap might seem like our large upfront costs, in the long term, it will keep teachers in our district by showing us that we are valued, respected, and don't deserve to live paycheck to paycheck. I love teaching here in Escondido, and I'd like to stay here, but I'm already living in a van, so there's not much else I can do to cope with the cost of living. So again, as an English teacher, please don't make me crunch any more numbers to show why we deserve fair compensation and benefits. Thank you.
Next up, Victoria Garcia.
Hey guys, I'm going to introduce Victoria, but before I do that, as a local principal, but also after 31 years in education, I just want to say how much I'm thankful for our teachers and staff. I'm a graduate of Escondido High. That led to a 31-year career in education. I'm going to retire this year, so just thank you. Like, our teachers and staff are so amazing in this city, so thank you guys. I'm here to introduce one of my amazing students, rising star, senior at Classical Academy High School. She's going to share her story on how classical has impacted her.
Thank you, Mr. Moen.
Hello, my name is Victoria Garcia. I had transferred schools from Mount Carmel, which is in the Poway district, because throughout my freshman year and half of my sophomore year, I never really felt at home or that I belonged there. Even though my older brother had such a good experience there at Mount Carmel, it just wasn't the place for me. When I switched schools to Classical Academy, I immediately felt a shift and felt right at home. Even though changing schools can always be a rough time, it was such a good experience for me, from getting to know so many people and becoming friends with so many people. I began to get involved in clubs and going to all the events at school and even tried out for the ASB team, which is Associated Student Body, and joined the team. ASB gave me so many opportunities to grow not only as a person, but also as a leader on campus, from planning dances to pep rallies or organizing outreach events in direct collaboration with Interfaith Community Services here in Escondido. And because of all of this, I decided to run for president of the ASB. I ran for ASB president because I wanted to step into a bigger step in leadership and continue to serve the student body in a greater way. When running for president, I got to know so many more students around campus and really got to know who I would be serving as president. After the election, I became the vice president of ASB, leading alongside one of my best friends, Joseph McTighe, who is president with me. At Classical, we make an effort to, as presidents of the ASB, to have a team that cares truly and wants to get to know our student body so that we as leaders can lead our school and create a community where everyone feels at home and feels that they belong and are loved. All of this couldn't have happened if it weren't for me taking a leap of faith and transferring to Classical Academy. So thank you for supporting charter schools such as Classical Academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Caroline Potter, and on deck, Jessica Rogers.
Hello, good evening, cabinet, board members, teachers, community members. Thank you for being here. I don't really have a full speech prepared tonight. Let's face it, again, I'm at a loss for words. Fortunately, I'm not wearing my pajamas tonight. So I'm just going to go straight into the main issues. According to what's happening with negotiations with ESTA in the district, one of the things that we are trying to fight for is personal business days. And what this means is This would be an increase in personal business days from 5 sick days to 10 sick days, which we get the 10 sick days every year, right? So this is basically a no cost item for the district. Well, according to negotiations, they have no interest in bargaining this item. And it doesn't cost them any money, okay? Here's item number 2. The Special Education Task Force. So basically what this is it continues with analyzing data and things like that, researching best practices, providing recommendations regarding programs and operations with the special education departments at all of the sites in our district. Okay, again, no cost item. And according to the district, in negotiations, they're not interested. Okay. Here's number 3. And this is kind of interesting because this was actually focused on tonight in the meeting. Release time for VAPA and CTE teachers. Allow some release time for these CTE VAPA teachers to recruit and promote programs and pathways for not only current students, but incoming students into our district, which we are all very well aware that this is something that we need, right? Guess what? Not interested in bargaining. So, what is the district interested in? I don't really know. It's time to move forward, everyone. It's time for the district to allow us to do our jobs, which is educating our students and pushing our community forward. I would much rather be grading AP essays right now, which are actually due tomorrow morning, but I'm here right now. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next up is Jessica Rogers.
Let's just skip the pleasantries and get right down to it, because let's be real, we've all got other places we'd rather be. I've taught in this district for 18 years, and every single one of them has been at Orange Glen. I didn't job hop, I didn't shop around for better pay elsewhere. I stayed put and I built something. By my second year of teaching, my students were earning national recognition, and that has continued for nearly 2 decades. Awards, publications, national stages, that's not luck. That's expertise, time, skill, and a boatload of unpaid labor. And what have I gotten in return? On an almost yearly basis, I've gotten a big fat slap in the face. Every time Esta sits down at the bargaining table, I'm reminded that in the eyes of this district, I don't matter. Educators come to the table with proposals to support students and staff. Class size reduction, counselor prep time, release time for CTE and VAPA, hello CTE month, fair compensation, basic quality of life issues, and no cost issues like personal leave and steps to address salary compensation. The district's response over and over again has been no interest. No interest in smaller class sizes, no interest in counselor prep time, no interest in release time to recruit and sustain our celebrated CTE and VAPA programs, no interest in addressing salary compensation to attract stronger educators, no interest in the realities of our workload. But there is an interest in asking us to do more, to work longer, absorb more trauma, carry more responsibility, and then smile politely while falling further behind financially. That's not bargaining. That's stonewalling, and that's disrespectful. After 18 years, I shouldn't have to fight to feel respected. I shouldn't I should not be explaining why my work has value, and I should absolutely not be told implicitly or explicitly that excellence is something that this district is willing to exploit but not invest in. I pour myself into this district and my students. My colleagues sacrifice their time to do the same, and we are all tired of being treated like line items instead of professionals. If this board believes in student success, prove it. Stop dismissing every educator-driven proposal as no interest. Start negotiating like you value the people who make this district function, because loyalty, excellence, and results deserve more than your indifference. And to be completely honest, I don't need this job. I could do a myriad of other things that are less stressful, less time consuming, and in a less manipulative environment. But I'm here because I care about the kids in my classroom. I care about making a difference for them. And if I don't stand up for them in this room, then I don't deserve to be able to stand up in front of them in my classroom. And while I might not need this job, I know that's not the reality for many of my colleagues. So I'm also here tonight for them too. I'm willing to stand up, fight back, and say the things that you don't want to hear, because we all deserve better from you, EUHSD. I'm not going away, and I'm not going to stay silent. Show up at the table, ready to negotiate on Thursday, or you can continue to look forward to seeing me here every month, reminding you of the disservice you are doing these teachers and your community.
Thank you, Jessica.
President Knight,
Next up, there's 2
8
more.
o'clock. Can we take a
Wanna
break?
get through the 2 more, or you want to wait?
No, let's take a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 more. 2 more. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. You can go. You can go. Okay, we're gonna take our next 2. We have Adrian Trujillo, followed by Mike Sovacool. Adrian Trujillo, please.
All right. All right, board members, board president, and student members and administration, thank you guys for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'd also like to acknowledge Martin Casas. He's not just a colleague, but also a mentor and someone I respect. And he's one of the main reasons that I'm proud to work here at Escondido Union High School District and in this community. I was born and raised in South San Diego. I graduated from Montgomery High School. I grew up in the 1990s. In the 1990s, my neighborhood faced a lot of real challenges. Gangs, drugs, violence were part of everyday life. Many of the male role models around me were caught up in those struggles. But my mother and my sisters were strong, protective, and unwavering. They made sure I stayed focused and away from the past that could have changed my life forever. My older sister became a teacher, and she inspired me to follow in her footsteps. I'm the first male in my family to graduate from college, and I do not take that lightly. I owe that achievement to the educators who went beyond the classroom. My high school counselor, Mr. Villa, he lived on my block. He made a point to drive by every day, say hello, and check on us kids playing outside. He still lives on the same block, and he still remains a mentor in my life. Coaches and teachers like Coach Dan Leaf, Matty Hermosillo, Juan Gonzalez, Ruben Ledesma, they didn't just teach me in the classroom or academics. They taught me accountability, discipline, and what it meant to believe in myself when it wasn't always easy. These educators helped shape the person I am today, and they're a big reason why I chose to become a teacher and coach at San Pascual High School. I do this work because I believe in transforming lives, because I know firsthand what happens when students feel supported, seen, and guided. That's why it's difficult to stand here today knowing that many of the same contract issues and disconnections still exist. I committed myself to this community. I moved to Escondido. I bought a home here. I'm raising my 3 children here. Like many other educators, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, balancing childcare, mortgage, daily living expenses. I work summer schools. I coach multiple sports. I cover classes just to keep up with the cost of living. And I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm asking for alignment. When educators feel supported and valued, we can fully show up for our students who are navigating their own hardships. But when we're worried about meeting our own basic needs, it becomes harder to be everything our students deserve. So please help us move forward together so we can continue to serve, guide, and uplift the students that depend on us every day. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Adrian. Next up, Mike Sovakul.
"28 days have gone by since I was last at this podium. And if you remember, I closed with a Bob Weir quote. I said, 'Fare thee well now, let the words be yours, because I'm done with mine.' My true hope was I wouldn't have to prepare anything for this month. Because what I sensed from the board last month and previous months and even tonight, Christy, with the lights, I think that's great. You guys I think that's awesome. But as Anna stated, I think we need to widen our lens. That kind of discussion that you guys had out here in public, that's what you need to tell them to do at the table. We need to be a value and an asset like a pool or lights at a baseball, softball field. And I think it's great. My kids are going to go to San Pasqual. That's awesome. But I would ask you, like I asked you last month, you are the stewards of this community. Take your job and your power and direct them to come to the table. I was sensing and hoping we'd get a call. I didn't think I'd be here this month. And we didn't. And on our side, we worked really hard. Bounce around numbers, we texted late at night, early in the morning, on the weekends, because I thought we would meet and have a deal, but we don't. And so I'm asking you guys again, please do that. Which leads me to another Bob Weir quote. As I was leaving today, my daughter said, "Dad, where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to go picket." She said, "What's that?" And I said, "Well, that's when you exercise your first," and then I got groans and eye rolls, and my wife looked at me and said, "The beanie's a little too much." And so that leads me to my next Bob Weir quote. Too much of anything is just enough. And we've had too much of this throughout my career. And I think this board is uniquely set up to change this. Bob, we've worked on stuff together. Ryan, you guys can do it. Christy, with the lights, you're the board president. You can direct cabinet to come to the table and get a deal. So we don't have to do this next month, and we can all work together to do what we're here for, which is these kids here. So I ask you, begging you, please tell them on Thursday, bring a good deal. Let's work together as a community so we don't go another 225 days, because it's been 57 days since the last district offered. And we're ready, we're willing, we've been ready and willing, but we need your help to direct them because they haven't been listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you to all who came down and provided comment this evening. Thank you. Any board members want to take a break at this time, or should we continue on? I'm okay to continue on. You need a break. Okay, yeah, we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess at this time and return at 8:15. Thank you.
Good time. But yeah. How's your son doing?
Actually,
robots. I never. Oh.
Yeah, it's she's with home for 8 days.
Oh, I'm exhausted.
Better now.
I liked it. It's awesome. Oh, good. How's your fingers? You've got some fingers. So it's like the deal with the diocese. It for your schooling and if you give a couple.
No student, no.
Yeah. Get out of here. That was yesterday. You know, like first year, because I never tried. No, it doesn't take that long. Thanks. Finding. Yeah. Got an interview with the school. See that. Thank you. Already taken. Oh, like, yeah, like we just found out yesterday. Yeah. With you guys.
You guys. He's doing robotics, so I'm a robotic at my phone.
Oh, yeah.
I was a moderator for years. I wouldn't place me at EHS because I was there here recently and I would know kids and they won't place me there until all of the kids who have time. So. I might be there. No. So.
Or Jason resident. What is it? Hey, Crambler.
Okay, thank you. We're going to call this meeting back to order at 8:17 p.m. Brings us to section F on our agenda, which is our Educational Services Division. And items F1 and F2 were approved on consent. Actually, F3 was as well. So that brings us to item F4, which is the action of recommended expulsion of the accused student for case number 7. So I'll need a motion.
I move. Oh, hold on. I think that's me, right? Good. Yeah. So I move to accept and approve the recommended expulsion of the accused student for case number 7 from February 10th, 2026 through at least February 10th, 2027, and to accept and approve the stipulated expulsion agreement.
And this is a roll call vote that is needed, and our student board member will not vote on this item. So board member Weller, I need a second.
I'll
Sorry.
second that.
Okay, thank you. And then board member Weller, how do you vote?
Yay. Yes.
Board member Durney.
Aye.
Board member Vincent.
Aye.
Board member Williams.
Aye.
And board member Knight, aye. So that passes. Bringing us to item, and we are in F, or are we in E? F5, which is the first reading for textbook adoption. And the textbooks this evening for first reading are our AP Environmental Science, AP World History. So it looks like those 2 books are first read. I'll pass it over to Dr. Casas for any other comments on that.
Thank you, President Knight. AP textbooks must be updated every 10 years to get official College Board AP designation on student transcripts. Both of the textbooks that are listed are new editions of previous textbooks that have been used before. Both have gone through the textbook adoption process, including piloting, review by Subject Area Council, District Subject Area Council, and IPRC. They're also available for preview at the front office of every school site and at the district office as well for previewing.
I'd like to actually take a look at those.
Yeah, we have copies.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And as we heard earlier, the increase in the number of students taking AP classes, we are thrilled to hear that that investment in our LCAP funds is reaping rewards for our students and is serving them in the way we intended to serve them. So we're excited to see more AP classes.
And Dr. Casas, typical practice, right, is to have these available to the public, right, here in the Service Center?
Yeah, at the front office of every school site as well to preview.
Those will come back next month for full adoption.
Correct.
So bringing us to item F6, which is also a first reading this evening, and this is on curriculum revisions. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to you again, Dr. Casas, for this.
Yes, so we have biology, ELD, and theater arts here. I'll just give a brief summary. For biology, updated curriculum meets the updated lab requirements associated with the updated UC, CSU A through G requirements. ELD curriculum increases the rigor and supports to emerging multilinguals so that they can reclassify by the end of finishing our 3 ELD course sequences. So as you know, an area of growth for us is reclassifying our long-term English learners, which are students that have been here for more than 4 years and have not reclassified. So we have revised the curriculum to give them increased supports and also increased rigor through that course sequence. And then for the theater arts, one second. This simply represents these visual and performing arts courses have been revised to align with the new California art standards for theater. So this is just the first read. And again, these have all gone through our curriculum adoption process as well. Subject area council, district subject area council, IPRC.
Thank you all for their work and involvement in preparing all of this, and to the community that gets involved in this process. It is an extensive process. I have slightly been involved in the process, so I know it is very extensive. So thank you for that, and it will come back next month for full adoption. Do we have any questions from the board on anything related? Okay. So
I
that
did have just one question. The ELD 1 classes, it mentions that they are elective credit only. They don't count for the normal English 1 credits.
So ELD1, you'll also notice, does not meet the UC-CSU requirements for college prep, and that's because the language attainment, language acquisition, writing, speaking, and listening and reading, they're not quite at the college prep level yet, but then you'll see ELD2 and ELD3 are UC and CSU, so that is the reason why.
That was your test, you passed. Good job.
Thank you. That would bring us to section G, our Human Resources Division, and items G1, G2, and 3 were all approved on consent. So that brings us to item G4, which is to adopt resolution R 2025-2026/19, assigning teachers to teach outside the designations on their teaching credentials. So I'll pass it over to Sharon to just give us a little background on the item before us.
Yes, thank you. So this item is specific to a teacher who's teaching a core academic subject outside their designated credential. The teacher is seeking approval to teach social science. The teacher has knowledge of the curriculum framework for social science and knowledge of the specific course content at the grade level to be taught. So we're asking to adopt the resolution to allow this to happen for that teacher.
So in order to do so, we do have to adopt the resolution that's also in front of us. Do we have any questions?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Our student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, and board members, how do you vote? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that resolution passes. Thank you. Bringing us to item G5, which is also to approve a proclamation, and this one is for School Social Work Week, to be celebrated from March 1st to March 7th, 2026. And so I will also pass it over to Sharon to present this item.
Thank you, President Knight. I'm pleased to bring forward for the board's approval a proclamation recognizing the important role our school social workers play in the lives of UHSD students and families. This proclamation designates the week of March 1st to March 7 as National School Social Worker Week. Our school social workers are essential members of our school communities that provide critical support to all students in the areas of social, emotional learning, and mental health needs. Through their interventions, they help reduce barriers to learning, enable students to be physically, mentally, and emotionally present and ready to learn in the classroom. This proclamation is a small tribute to their work, and I'm pleased to present it for the board's consideration and approval.
Thank you. And I know we do it every month, so it does seem routine, but these proclamations are just another way that we can publicly recognize the hard work of various professions within our district, and this one being our school social workers who do a lot for our students. So thank you to them, and I'll need a motion to approve that.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any comments?
I do. I kind of maybe like to, after listening to the teachers tonight, because they were seen, heard, and understood, it sounds like they're carrying a lot of weight in terms of the stress of students. And I know we have ARs and BPs as regards to, you know, what teachers' role should be as well as counselors. I think I'd like to hear a presentation next month of specifically at what point a teacher needs to refer the student to a social worker or counselor. Because it really sounds like the teachers are taking on a lot on top of a heavy schedule already. And I just don't know what's good for the student, what's good for the teacher. So can I ask that we get a presentation on what the specific guidelines are for teachers so they don't, miss counsel or actually get burnt out themselves by trying to help students when they don't have the capability of it?
Would like to hear a presentation perhaps by on our school social workers and kind of the role they play, and then at different, perhaps even some of our different community partners that we can connect up with. Perhaps March could be a good month for that. When is our next board meeting? Is it on the 7th? It's the 10th. So it's, kind of following this week, which could be a great time to hear from our social workers.
It's stressful out there. Like I wiped out my news apps on my phone, not on X. It's just way too much. I'm like, I've got Escondido and we're good.
And I know there had been some interest from the board to also hear a presentation from Compact. So perhaps we could align those two presentations if we don't already have a full presentation planned. I'm sure you already do have a planned presentation for March, but if there's a way to try to do those two back to back, that could be a good introduction to what our school social workers are doing on our campuses, and then the broader community supports that we have. Those two could tie in really well together, if that sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm interested also from the point of view of students that are homeless, all that
And Compact is one of our larger community partners that does a lot of work with our homeless, and received a very significant grant from the city of Escondido to really invest in our families. They have to spend the money in a year, but it's focused a lot around our homeless and families.
Stressful.
Thank you. Thank you then for that recommendation. We did have a motion and a second on approving the proclamation. So our student board member, how do you vote on that?
Aye.
Thank you. And board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That passes. Bringing us to item G6, which is a final approval of the PARS supplementary retirement plan based on the plan meeting of the district's fiscal and operational objectives. So that's the SERP. And so I will also pass this over to Sharon to give us an update on that, and I request board approval. Thank you.
Thank you, President Knight. As has been stated, the board approved the district moving forward with the PAR supplementary retirement plan on October 14, 2025. It's contingent on the plan meeting the district's fiscal and operational objectives. Based on the analysis of the enrolled employees, the district has determined that the plan will generate savings for the district. As such, it is recommended that the board approve the PAR supplementary retirement plan, a retirement incentive offer for eligible employees based on the determination that the plan does meet the district's fiscal and operational objectives. If the board does approve the plan, all associated resignations and retirements of enrolled employees are confirmed and locked in.
I know there were a lot of people that expected to see John Peterson on this list, but we are pleased to say that John Peterson will not be retiring this year and will continue on in his role. So do I have a motion to approve the item before us?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions from the board on this?
I guess I just want to clarify, was there a date that when they turned in the paperwork, it was irrevocable, or is it based on the vote tonight?
It would have to be approved, but if they're enrolled in the plan, it is irrevocable.
Okay, so any paperwork.
So we do have people in the audience in support of this item.
Please,
do not wish to
no
speak,
petitioning
but-
while we're voting.
The window closed January 15th, so once they turned it in, it was final, but
Got it.
We have to
it's
approve it
pending board
tonight.
approval.
Okay.
Correct.
The one's approved tonight. So with that, we do have a motion and a second on that. So all board members in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that is approved and locked in, and congratulations to all those who accepted the SERP, or as I was hearing it called, the Golden Handshake. Thank you in advance for your incredible service to our district and our students.
Item G, are we still in G? 7, initial proposal from the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Escondido Chapter 219 to the Escondido Union High School District for the 2025-2026 negotiations. I'll pass it over to Sharon.
Thank you. Yes, this is an information item that's being presented to the board and the public. This is the California Schools Employees Association and Chapter 219 CSEA. It's their initial proposal, also known as the Sunshine Proposal, to the district for successor negotiations for the 25, 26, and 27 school years. CSEA is requesting to open and negotiate 9 articles notated in the attachment to the agenda item.
And so that's this evening. This initial proposal does not require any vote. It will come back next month for this public hearing, like the following item that we're going to now hear, which is item 8, which is a public hearing on the initial proposal from the Escondido Union High School District to the Escondido Secondaries Teachers Association. So this public hearing, do I have to read this? Yeah. So the attached proposal from the Escondido Union High School District to the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association was brought to the Board of Education on January 13th, 2026. It's available for public review beginning January 14th, 2026, and is now ready for public hearing. So the public hearing will open at 8:32 p.m. Do I have any speakers that would like to speak to the public hearing? I did not receive any comment cards for this public hearing, and I see no one rushing to the front. No one's rushing to the front. Anyone? Okay, so there. With that, our public hearing will close at 8:33 p.m. Thank you for all those that did not rush. Okay, let's see. That brings us to item G. Oh wait, there's no more G. That's it for G. So that brings us to section 8, our business services division, and these are usually on consent. So we have, let's see, H1, which was reviewed by board members before. Let's see, item H1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 were all approved on consent. And that brings us to item 8 on this section, and thank you to staff for hearing board comments at the last meeting and at the bringing items of value over $10,000 in donation before the board to approve and publicly recognize. And this evening we do have another significant donation that's coming in, so I'm going to pass that over to Amanda to share some background.
Absolutely. So we've broken out our donations now. So we have an under 10 and an over 10. So under 10 was on consent, and this is our over 10,000. So we have 2 actually from Easter Seals. So they have partnered with us at CalSafe. We saw some of the pictures in our facilities report. So they donated $15,000 towards the construction of a base and surface for CalSafe, for the construction of a playground. And then they've donated $40,000 towards a shade structure also at CalSafe. So total of $55,000 worth of donations, facility stuff over at CalSafe. So a really great partnership that we have with them. So happy to call attention to that, and we'll continue this. So sometimes this item will exist and sometimes it won't.
Okay. And thank you. I'll need a motion to accept that donation.
I'll move to accept it.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second and some comments.
And yeah, I just want to say, I think it's wonderful that we're taking the time out to acknowledge especially the larger ones. I think that was a great idea. So
thank you to board member Meller. Yeah, thank you. And do we have any other comments from the board on that? No. And just what a great program CalSafe is. And while we don't always wish to have that school filled, it has been an incredible school in our district for many, many years. And so when young people in our district do become pregnant or have children while in high school, and they choose to keep their children, which is a very admirable decision to make, we are
proud to be able to continue to serve their educational needs through this incredible program at CalSafe. Thank you to all that work there as well, and to our partnerships like Easter Seals. So with that, board members, how do you vote? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
The real question is are there lights for that playground?
They should not be out there after dark. They better not be. Let's see, that brings us to our district operations, I, section I, and item I1 is a first reading, discussion, and possible action this evening. And I know typically our board policies and regulations are first reading and they come back for a second reading, but given the time constraints with this one, we are doing a first reading, discussion, and possible action to take this evening related to all of the policies and regulations before us. And I will hand that over to the appropriate Dr. Casas to give us more background on this.
Thank you, President Knight. Assembly Bill 49 was passed in late 2025, and we were awaiting CSBA legal change recommendations to administrative regulations and board policies. Those were released late January 2026. Part of Assembly Bill 49 states that all changes must be implemented at the school districts by March 1st. And that's why the recommendation is that there's a read and possible action in today's meeting. But I'll give a quick summary. This updates our policies and procedures related to immigration enforcement to align with updated California law. Summary of that includes procedures of what to do and what not to do when agencies conducting immigration enforcement show up to our campuses. That includes asking for a judicial subpoena, judicial warrant, or court order. And if they don't have those, not to allow said agency to enter the campus, but also direct staff not to impede or obstruct if said agency decides to ignore those directives. It also includes reporting incidents of immigration enforcement that happen at our sites to the board and to impacted families. It also includes parent notification of students' rights to an education despite regardless of immigration status. It also offers protections of educational records for students, protection of personnel records for employees, and ultimately guardianship protocols for schools in cases in which parents may be detained.
Since it is a first read, but discussion and possible action, in order to have the discussion, I would need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Second.
Need a second, thank you. And any discussion from the board?
Is the language in there where they're not to impede enforcement efforts? Is that state legislated? The reason being is I'm glad because you see pictures and you just don't want.
It is. It's part of Assembly Bill 49.
Okay.
Yes.
No, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
And I want to clarify just for the record too, while I've heard of things happening in other districts, Los Angeles being one, I want to clarify, we have never had an experience where we have had immigration and customs enforcement on our campuses. Is that correct?
That is correct. There have been reports that they're in areas surrounding campuses, but never on campus.
They've never come onto campus or even tried to come onto campus. Okay. But I do want to make sure that the community understands that is not something we've experienced on our campuses. Our campuses are safe. And I do appreciate the superintendent's message that went out last week to families to reassure them that our school campuses are safe places and that we have these policies in place. So with that, we do have a motion and a second. So to adopt the recommendations tonight, we'll need a board vote. So with that, board members, how do you vote? Aye.
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 Thank you. So that does pass this evening in time to meet that state requirement. Thank you. Item 2 in this section is the first reading of recommended additions and revisions in administrative regulations. So it's AR 6173 under educational services, dispute resolution form, and revision to 6173 related to education for homeless children. I'll turn that over also to Dr. Casas. Thank you.
Thank you, President Knight. This updates terminology to be in compliance with the law as it pertains to students that are experiencing homelessness. Number 2, updates annual training for staff that provide services to homeless students. Number 3, it's an updated enrollment decision form for students that are attempting to enroll that are experiencing homelessness or McKinney-Vento as well. And these are all recommendations from CSBA.
Okay, and as usual practice with this one, we will have this item come back next month for adoption. So any questions from board? Okay, that would bring us to item 3, which is also a first reading. This is a first reading of recommended revisions in AR 1330 business services. So I will hand this one over to Amanda. Thank you.
Yep, this was some homegrown language based on an incident in another school district in December. And so this basically just reinforces some of our policies, but gives us some more specifications around facility use that would involve filming, recording, live streaming, or other forms of media production. So
thank you.
Gives us some more specifics in that, and anybody that does anything around that.
Wonderful. Okay,
Welcome to
thank
read
you.
that.
And then as normal practice, that'll come back next month again for adoption. Any questions from the board? Okay, so that
One quick question. So is the language in here typically generally just CSPA language with the addition of that one paragraph, or still homegrown?
Yeah, if there's nothing else in the policy that's changed, we just added that paragraph to specifically address what occurred elsewhere.
Fair enough.
thank you for your due diligence on that. And item 4 is another first reading. It's a first reading of recommended revisions in board policy 0410 under human resources. And this is the non-discrimination in district programs and activities. So I will pass this over to Sharon.
Thank you. This is a very simple one. This again is just as we were reviewing this policy, there's a need to update the email address listed as the contact for coordinating any responses. So we are just looking at a first reading to change it to just a generic assistant superintendent of human resources and a generic HR email address.
Okay, thank you. Cleaning those up, and again, that will come back next month. So we'll have a second read on multiple policies and ARs next month. Okay, that brings us to item 5, which are the board members' reports and comments. So I'll go ahead and start down with board member Weller.
Well, I'm excited just to see the changes going on in the district. It's good to see the teachers here standing up for what they feel is important and that we hear them. And I just know that there's a commitment by the entire district to really take Escondido Union High School District to one of the top districts in the state of California over the next coming years. With the addition of math, with the addition of sports, in terms of improving, facilities, looking at everything we can do, and with the teachers, obviously with the intensity at which they speak, they must feel pretty passionate about the students in this district. And I want to bring the administration, the board, and the union together so we can all meet at a level that we're all working in the same direction, because there's definitely feeling a little bit too much one side against another. And so I look forward to resolving this as soon as possible and then continuing the district moving forward to becoming really a world-class high school district in the state of California. So thank you.
Actually, I've got nothing.
Thank you. Welcome back.
So I agree with you, Bob. I think it's very important that we work together for the betterment of the community, students, and teachers. On that note, I'd like to read something for a minute here regarding certain conditions that we're experiencing with cognitive development. As a researcher, I continue to review literature on students' outcome when reinforcement, the importance of ensuring that our instructional choices align with how the brain learns, not just with what is new or convenient. I want to briefly address an issue that is receiving increasing attention in the education and neuroscience fields. The impact of technologies on students' learning and the cognitive development. For much of the last century, students steadily improve on measuring of reasoning and problem solving. In recent years, however, researchers across several developed countries have observed stagnation or even a decline. That means that our generation, the next generation, they're starting to decline in certain cognitive skills, particularly sustained attention, reading comprehension, and working memories. This change coincides with a major shift in learning environments, the widespread of integration of digital devices. To be clear, technology itself is not the problem. When used intentionally, it can expand access to personal learning and support instructions. However, neuroscience research shows that constant digital stimulation and multitasking can interfere with deep learning, especially in developing brains. Students learn best when they can focus on extended period, read deeply, reflect, and engaged in effort thinking. If technology is used becomes excessive or replaces foundation practice such as structural reading, writing, and problem solving, we risk weakening those core covenant skills. Our responsibility as a district is not to eliminate technology, but to use it wisely. That means ensuring device support instructions rather than dominate it, monitoring their impact on learning outcomes, and maintaining a strong emphasis on attention, literacy, and reason. This is about balance, evidence, and long-term student success. I appreciate the board's continued leadership in supporting thoughtful, research-aligned educational practices. So what I'm saying is technology is not bad, but excessive technology is bad. And I think that we should look at how much usage, especially at the early ages, children that are exposed consistently with digital media and such, eventually that affects their cognitive memories as well as their skill sets. So I'm open that we have policies associated with the amount of digital information our children are exposed to, because it does have a severe impact, and it's affecting every developed country, not just the US. So it's an epidemic that needs to be addressed. So thank you. I just wanted to bring that up.
Nothing major from on my side. Just I do appreciate the passion, the dedication, and the emotion behind what was shared today from in our the open comment section. We appreciate the teachers and all the work that they do and the efforts that they put into building our children. So it's much appreciated and grateful for them and all they do. So that's it.
Thank you all, and thank you for your service on this board. Thank you all who came out tonight to speak, and for those that are still left in the audience, thank you always for your diligent attendance to these meetings.
With that, I don't have a long report either, so I'm going to pass it over to our superintendent for a superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Last week, we celebrated our outstanding school counselors during National School Counseling Week. Thank you for the vital role, counselors, that you play in supporting our students' academic, social, emotional, and career development. We also continue to recognize Career Technical Education Month and the meaningful opportunities CTE provides for our students. Our LCAP survey has been shared with students, staff, families, and members of our community, and we encourage everyone to participate if they have not already done so. I'd like to thank our dedicated staff for their continued efforts to gather feedback from all stakeholders, as well as our student board members for their leadership in helping to facilitate the LCAP student forums. And I'd like to conclude by once again congratulating Mr. Corey Gregory and Dr. Martine Casas on being selected as the 2026 AXA Administrators of the Year in their respective categories for San Diego and Imperial counties. This recognition from the Association of California School Administrators highlights their exceptional leadership, dedication, and positive impact on our district. We look forward to their formal recognition in April. Finally, I hope everyone enjoys the upcoming 4-day weekend and Valentine's Day. All schools in the District Service Center will be closed in observance of President's Day on Friday, February 13th and Monday, February 16th. We look forward to welcoming students back on Tuesday, February 17th. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. And you pretty much just mentioned 2 of the dates to remember. So on Friday the 13th, all schools in the DSC will be closed, and Monday the 16th, all schools in the DSC will be closed. And also wishing everyone an enjoyable 4-day holiday weekend. We will be back here in this room on February 17th on Tuesday for the board workshop, which will encompass a robust discussion on the budget and the future of CTE throughout the district. So I know we're all excited and looking forward to that discussion. With that, there are no remaining public comments, and I don't believe, well, going back into closed session, we
two minutes in closed session with
nothing to report out on or action taken in closed session. So we will adjourn tonight's meeting at 8:53 p.m. Thank you.
I want to thank you guys for sticking around. You're like so dedicated. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Don't be low. Oh, yeah. It's all right. One second. It did. That is out. Like. Need more kimchi. I know. Very now. I know.
Not that I'm a part of it.